That Zen life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
I needed to change my life. I didn't want to live in fear anymore. I didn't want to worry anymore. I didn't want to live in panic or anxiety anymore. I wanted to make sure that I got back to who I really was, which was I'm happy, I'm joyful, I'm peaceful, I'm loving, I'm sassy, and I'm fun. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. I don't care who you are, what you're going through. When you are going through something and you're in the trenches of it, you feel like nobody else is going through what you're going through. And I promise you that is not true.
Oh, it's a beautiful cover. I Am Healing, 7 Secrets to Wellness and Self-Care. We need that. We need that.
Morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, everyone. It is not the 7 p.m. session. It is the last day of the Mindful Vote, day 3. How are you feeling since yesterday's Mindful Vote sessions?
I feel strong. I feel good. I think yesterday it was such a blessing to be able to spend so much time throughout the day just returning to myself, with in the association of you and some other, guests that we had that were focused on being centered and grounded, and it was very, very helpful for me, and so I feel excellent today. How do you feel?
I feel good. This time 4 years ago, I definitely woke up like I went into a rant. And now after these 3 days, I just feel calm and hopeful. And this was much needed. It was very much needed. So I'm excited about today, though. I'm excited about us seeing Johann today. Johann Diermann is one of our presenters, and Kenya Watts. I'm excited to hear both of them today.
Yeah.
So it's exciting, and also for those of you who missed yesterday, and if you missed day 1 and day 2, you can always go to thatzenlife.org/the mindful vote. thatzenlife.org/the mindful vote. So I don't know if were you going to say something, Simon?
No, I was just going to say, behind the scenes, PerCilla, I just have to thank you because you were doing so much heavy lifting behind the scenes to make this whole thing happen.
Oh,
and it's really thank you so much. You're the engine here.
Oh my gosh, I wish that I could take all that credit, but I really can't. Mostly because without you, Simon, this show would not have been the same. This summit would not have been the same. I'm so grateful for the energy and the effort and the motivation behind this whole thing, as well as the idea to really kind of put something together. I feel kind of uneasy here. I have a braid popping up, but I think great. But I think that it's so important to have people in the world like you. It's so important because at the end of the day, you want to be able to work, with a team that can come together and do something amazing for the world. And a lot of times, people aren't always, given that team. Sometimes, there's a constant bickering or fighting. And I can honestly say that throughout this whole entire summit, you have been a breath of fresh air. So thank you so much for everything. I'm really, really grateful.
I can't believe you're saying that after all the...
And then I just also want to thank all of
all the emails that I failed to send, and then it's like, I'm sorry, I'm going to send it now.
It's all good. It's all good. That's the cool thing about, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're all, this is all a learning process. This is our very first Mindful Vote Summit. And who knows, we might do this in another 4 years. Who knows? I know that people have been asking us, hey, are you guys going to continue to do this? I think that, it's definitely a conversation that we should be having. But I do want to thank all of our previous speakers that have already come on. I want to thank on day 1, we had Shrikala and Marissa Cole. And then we also... Sansere Wilson. Yes, amazing. Thank you guys so much for showing up on day 1. And then on day 2, yesterday, we had, help me out, Simon. It was this,
Tiffany.
Yes. Tiffany.
Jennifer.
Tiffany Medizadeh and Jennifer Ailman. They were amazing. If you guys have not seen that, you guys need to see it. And then last night we had Dr. Jamila Holcomb and Chef Ohm out of Los Angeles. We have been having some amazing presenters throughout the country, from the East Coast to the West Coast, and it has been so phenomenal. We had spoken word, we had a musical producer, engineer / genius, Shrikala, come on.
Yeah.
He was amazing, wasn't he?
That was phenomenal. That was so phenomenal.
I mean, he blew my mind on day one. I mean, literally, I wanted to get up and just throw on some sweats and really get down with my dance moves. Because he was, oh my God. So if you guys haven't seen day one, if you haven't seen day two, you need to go back and check it out. thatzenlife.org/broadcast. That's where you can see all of the previous days. And then one other thing that I do need to mention is that it's not just Simon and I. We've had a plethora of other people that have worked with us on this journey. So I just want to give a shout out to our volunteers. Dr. Preeti Sahai, thank you so much for all that you do and making sure that we stay in line with the organization and putting out the right words. Thank you, David Hodge, who is our tech support, who chimes in every now and then. Thank you, Renee. She also helps us with making sure that we have the comments and the sound when we're not around. I mean, when we can't hear certain things. Thank you, Luis Pimentel, for making sure that the set is straight here, as well as D'Angelo and Dilvani, as well as Dobert Rudolph. Thank you so much for making sure that the mics are right before I come on. And I just wanted to make sure that we thank everybody, because it does take a village to put things out within the community. And I also want to thank all of the yoga people, all of the yoga community, and some of the people that you invited, right, Simon?
Sure. Yeah. You know that's about Shrikala there. Yeah, he was.
Yes. She said he was awesome. I tried my sounds noise and it's not the same. It's not.
In other words, everything else is just noise.
Yes, but when Shrikala does it, it's like amazing. So, but I just wanted to just kind of give that thanks before we kind of go into, our topic of today, which, I really didn't have a specific topic today. I actually wanted to kind of talk about, and give some tips on, some of the things that we can do to just make it happen with regards to meditation. Like, what can we do to make it happen? And I was actually reading this article. I want to make sure that I give credit where credit's due. I was reading this article out of a magazine called The Essential Guide to Meditation. And there was a article in there by Janet Lee, and she talks about, things that you can do if you're a beginner with regards to, starting off with trying to get your meditation on and really get into it. And she was basically saying that we just all need to, figure out how we can kind of take that first step, just getting there. And she talks about, a few things. The first thing is that I'm actually looking at it. So that's what I want to make sure that I get her words right. So she kind of talks about several things. She talks about just making sure that you understand, like, you can choose a type of meditation, whether it's a mindfulness meditation or if it's a breath-based meditation. Simon, do you want to tell the audience, just a real quick, a summary of the difference between the two?
Well, yeah. So actually, mindfulness meditation is kind of a term that's used widely, and but I in general, what I would assume, since she's distinguishing between a mindfulness and a breath-based one, is that in breath-based meditations, you just focus on your breath, and this is a great thing to because it draws you in, it draws you into yourself, right? But it does so in a way where you're focusing on this most essential quality of yours, your breath. You breathe in and out all day, every day, and are rarely conscious of that breathing. And so just by drawing your focus onto your breath, breathing in and out, you can, pull yourself back away from your away from the world and your engagement in the world. With my what I would assume she's calling mindfulness meditation, it's more like you pull back. You might do a few breathe, a little bit of focus on breath to enter a pulled back state, and then you focus on instead of being the person thinking your thoughts, you kind of pull back and into a position of the observer and observe your mind, observe your thoughts.
So she mentions, the mindfulness meditation, the breath-based meditation, a mantra recitation, active visualization, loving kindness, and a body scan progressive relaxation. So I know that those are all a lot that I'm kind of throwing out all at you guys. Yesterday we've been doing that, a lot of these throughout the summit.
Yeah.
We've done the body scan, we've done some breath-based meditations, we've also done a mindfulness meditation. So we have done, and we did a little bit of visualization as well. And but here are the key things, the key 5 things that she talks about with regards to this and with regards to making it happen. 1, avoid overcomplicating things just by trying to keep your practice simple. Okay. 2, she said, find a consistent time. Find a consistent time on, when you want to do it. And then 3, she says, set the scene. Now, this part is super important because you do need to create a really good space, right, Simon?
It's so helpful if you create a separate space that has some, spiritual, some things that'll help you, like an altar. Create an altar, yes. Create have some special cushions or chair where you're, you can meditate anywhere, no doubt. But if you have a special place that you can go, it'll help kind of cue you in, like, now's the time. Here's the time where you're going within, and it'll help. Yes.
And then she also talks about making sure that we take a seat. Like, you can meditate lying on your back, or taking a walk, or sitting in a chair, or being on the floor with a cushion, maybe with some yoga blocks, and make sure that you bring a blanket so that you can kind of stay warm. She's helping you with giving you the tools that you need so that you can kind of set the scene. And then also use a timer. Now, I'm going to add to that and say, if you are out and about, make sure you also, if you are outside and you not sure if you're in a safe space, make sure that you bring someone with you so that if you're sitting and you're closing your eyes, someone can watch you. And then you can spot them while they're doing their meditation. If it's in a huge group, it's okay. But if you're by yourself, or if you're with someone else, I would say that. And then, just make sure that you stick with those things. So I got a message, Simon, about the Samaya Wood, affirmation
that you shared the other night.
that we shared the other day. And yes, that we shared the other day. And someone was asking if I could do another one of those. And
Great.
yeah, so I am going to do one of those. And thank you so much for texting me. They told me not to mention their name, so I'm not going to mention their name. But what I am going to do is I'm going to do a affirmation for a good day. It's just for a good day today, because I think we're good. Everybody's gonna need that today. And so this affirmation is actually it's just some words that I'm speaking over everyone. I'm speaking over the universe. I'm speaking over ourselves. I'm speaking over you as the listeners. And you can repeat it at home. Or you can just say, I agree. And I take those words in as I'm speaking those words out to you. And so the first thing we're going to kind of do is, we're going to first take a couple deep breaths in before we get started. We got to set the scene, as she talked about before. So make sure that you get really comfortable. Make sure that the space that you're in feels nice. Make sure that, you get, if you need some water, go and get you some water. Okay. I got my Wonder Woman glass, so I'm good. So get yourself set up really nice. Okay. And I want you to just kind of make your body limp like a noodle. We've been talking about that throughout this whole entire summit, just making your body limp like a noodle, really relaxing the shoulders and the arms, the hands. And people a lot of times ask me, how should I use my hands? How should my feet be? So your feet should be grounded, okay? Or you can, what feels comfortable for you? That's actually the question. What feels comfortable for you? For me, even though you see that I'm a little dolled up, I promise you I have no shoes on, no socks on, and my feet are flat on the floor because I like to feel the ground in order to get grounded. So, if you can put your feet on the floor, that's great. If you feel like sitting, you know what I'm saying, crisscross applesauce, as my son says, you can do that too. So, and then place your hands. Your hands can be placed on your legs. They can be faced up or down, whichever is most comfortable for you. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to take a couple deep breaths first, and I'm going to count those out. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to inhale in on 3 and then exhale when I say release. Okay. So first of all, let's just make sure that the body is limp like a noodle. Roll your shoulders back. Stretch your arms out. Give yourself a really good stretch. Okay. All right. So we're going to take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3. Inhale. And release. So I really want you to come from the lower part of the abdomen. I want you to really suck in as much air as you possibly can, and then push all of that air out on when I say release. Okay, just push it all the way out. I want you to get it all out. So on 3, inhale. 1, 2, 3. Inhale. And release. And I just want you to sit with that for a moment. Just sit in stillness for a moment. And now we're going to take our last inhale on 3. 1, 2, 3. Inhale. And exhale. Okay, now I just want you to breathe normally. And here is where you're going to close your eyes, gently close your eyes. And I want you to take yourself to a place of peace. For you, it may be a forest. For you, it may be a beach. It could be a field of lilies, or it can be a lake surrounded by beautiful green grass. Take your mind to that place as I speak words of greatness over you today. And we will begin now. Take a deep breath in and release. How good it is to recognize and remember that spirit, the universe, we all are one. Today we recognize that if the universe is for us, that there is no thing that can be against us. The indwelling power and presence of the universe is now drawing all of our good unto us. It now flows to us, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, as there is no thing more powerful than the all activity of the universe. There can be no thing more powerful than the activity of the universe in our lives. The universe desires good for us, for our life, nothing but good, good, and more good. And we are blessed to overflowing, and everywhere we go and everything that we see and everything we experience provides a continual stream of evidence of these blessings. Today, we allow the allness of life to express through and as us. Today, we let the universe be the universe through and as us, through and as our every experience. We were created from a limitless substance, and we now live and move and have our being in this limitless substance. And we abide in the infinite riches of this limitless substance, knowing that even now this substance is responding to our word. We surrender all of our bodies and our body of our affairs over to the direction of our conscious mind. We surrender now our conscious mind to the full and complete direction of spirit, knowing that we have ears to hear and eyes to see this guidance, all of its perfect forms, and the wisdom to follow it. We remain open and available to every idea, every perfect possibility of good for us. And today, in this moment, we open ourselves up to an even greater good than yesterday, knowing that Spirit is now saying yes to us in direct proportion to our yes to it. There is no thing real to oppose us. Even that which appears to oppose us, even now is working for our good. And today is a day of seemingly unceasing miracles as we open our awareness to the expansive good of the universe in every area of our lives. And we consciously use this creative power of the universe, knowing that it is forever at our disposal. There is that within us that is forever drawing all good to us. We exist in a field of infinite possibility and unlimited potential. There is nothing opposed to our good except our own limiting thoughts about our good. We surrender those thoughts now and make way for the perfect divine idea for this day and for our lives. The law responds by corresponding. So we now are creating thoughts and images of our good, of perfect love, unyielding harmony, abiding peace, overflowing joy, and unending abundance for every area of our lives. We now expand our idea of life. We expand our idea of what is possible and simply allow it to be in our experience. We claim and accept that each moment is better than the one preceding it. As we continuously expand experiences of ever growing, ever flowing of good. Divine intuition guides our steps this day, so we know that it is unfolding perfectly. And these words are seeds being planted in our consciousness, and we fertilize them, nourishing thoughts, words, and ideas and actions. And the great law of life is now acting upon them. These seeds cannot help but bear fruit. And our consciousness is continually expanding with the fruits of these words, these seeds, yielding more and more love, more and more peace, more and more joy, more and more harmony, and more abundance in our experience. And we have unlimited command of our life. We are powerful creators of our experience, and the entirety of creation is now supporting our good. We are so grateful for this day. We're so grateful for ever expanding good that is even now manifesting in our experience. We are so grateful for the consciousness that allows this awareness. We are so grateful for all of this and for so much more. And we release this word into the perfect action and activity of divine law, knowing that it was all done before it was spoken. And we simply take our human hands off and we let go and we let the universe be. And so it is. Take a deep breath here, in through the nose and out through the mouth. And just sit with those words for a moment. And just allow those words to illuminate in your universe now. Feel those words piercing every molecule in your body, every part of your energy. Feel that shift happening in this very moment. You are love. You are peace. You are joy. We are one. Take a deep breath in through the nose and out through the mouth. And gently come back. 5, wiggling your toes. And 4, wiggling your fingers. And 3, moving the neck to the left and to the right. Front and back. And 2, just place your hands gently on your legs, just moving your hands back and forth, stroking your legs. And 1, open your eyes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Very grounding.
I absolutely love Sumaya Wood's words of wisdom. Her way of putting things, it just seems so it seems like a way of connecting everyone together energetically just through the words, through the power of her words. And I think it's important, especially during this time, that we are very careful with our words and understanding that what we speak, so shall it be. And the energy that we put behind those words are very powerful. So when you say to someone, I love you, and the energy that you put behind that, so shall it be. When you put behind the energy of saying, I need you, and put the energy behind that, so shall it be. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Renee.
Yeah, thank you.
We have to start really thinking about, the words that we say and how we can, put that out. Even Chef Ohm yesterday, remember when we were talking about when we speak to the water, what happened?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
We're
Yeah. You and you mentioned plants. I heard an amazing study of plants that they had this guy come in and yell at a plant, and they put these sensors on the plant, and they could tell that the plant was actually energetically responding with some kind of shock or some kind of negativity. And then they had him walk in the room again, and the plant shook again in that same, had a experience that negative experience again. So our entire environment is being shaped by the you might say the vibration that we put out into the world.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. And so I think this is the reason why at this time during this election, don't be so quick to say, oh, my candidate didn't win. Put the energy behind who you voted for. Put that energy out and leave it and let it be. And just feel confident. Just feel totally confident that even that which appears to oppose me still works for my good either way. Either way. We have to get really connected with that and understanding that all things will work for our good. And sometimes I know that can be super challenging. And I say this wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
It can be super challenging, but it's possible. It you know what I'm saying? It may be challenging, but it's necessary and it's possible, right?
Absolutely. And I always turn to we're caught up in this moment. We're caught up in this particular moment in time, and I think it's really helpful to just pull back also from the perspective of that I experience when I'm in meditation. And I think this is something I don't know if we've spoken about much before, but I don't know if in the Indian tradition, there's in the Hindu scriptures that I studied so much of as a monk, there's this idea that self, the true self, is eternal. Okay, so is never born, never dies, and lives eternally. And there's what I realized after many years is that actually that's not a so much like a philosophical idea in that tradition. It's what you experience when you meditate.
So can you go a little further into that? Like help me to explain a little, help me to understand a little more.
Yeah, when you meditate, you pull back from, isn't it that you pull back from the person that you are and the life that you have and all the this and that and the 10,000 things that you have to on your to-do list and all the, and you pull back to this place deep within your heart where you realize like, oh, I'm aloof from everything a little bit. I'm stronger than everything that's coming at me. I'm I have a pure positivity. I can handle anything that life could throw at me. And I think that's like a sense of eternality. That's a sense of like, and when you pull back to that perspective and get in touch with your true self in that way, you can look at what's happening and realize like, okay, we're all together here. Those of us who have placed love and the value of love at the center of our lives. We're working together to build a better world, to manifest a reality in this external world that's not here right now. But we are, but there's a way where it's like, this is a project that's ongoing.
Yes. Yes, because
maybe it's not manifesting today.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I agree.
But there's that love that we can experience within our heart, and you can always go into your heart, experience that love, feel the truth of it and the realness of it, and try and live from that place again in a stronger way today.
Yes. It actually kind of ties in with when I was telling the community yesterday about how meditation brought me this confidence, because for years I had been carrying that life backpack of fear and anxiety based on all of the abuse and the domestic violence and the fear. The trauma, right? I never unpacked that backpack. I just carried that backpack around my entire life until I was ready to just like let it go. And meditation brought me that confidence that I needed to unpack that backpack, on top of my counseling sessions, mental health wise. I still needed I still needed my psychiatrist. I still needed my therapist. And I saw them on a continual basis until it was time for me to kind of like pull back on the amount of appointments, because I was doing the work. I was doing the work with them, and I was doing the work by myself. I think those are some really, really key things that we got to also remember is, using meditation in a way that we can, really unpack and show up show up to who we truly are.
Yeah.
So, but I did want to mention that when you were talking about the plants, we were talking about also the water. Chef Ohm was talking about how, the person came in and they started shouting at the water.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then they took the water and they put it under a microscope, and they could see that it was doing this funky stuff under the microscope. But then when they started speaking greatness to the water, it was like the water started doing something really beautiful. I wish I could remember the name of that documentary, but it was so amazing. And it just goes back to us, just a reminder that we really need to be careful with our words and what we're saying to people and how we're saying it to people so that it can be received well. And let me say, Simon, you are so freaking good at that. You are so freaking good at that. Like, you can tell somebody they're fired and they wouldn't even know that they're fired.
Well, I actually have a little bit of experience about that. There's a few people I know that would counter that. Unfortunately, I've had to do that.
But it just seems like you could tell. What were we gonna say?
There are a few people that would contest that, but thank you. That's a very
But it just seems like, the way you use your words, you're so careful with your words, and you're so thoughtful when, you're trying to share your point of view. And, that's one thing that, I feel like we all need more of, on how we're sharing our words and how we can be more thoughtful and compassionate. Especially within the mental health community, especially, those who are going through recovery of any kind, substance abuse, mental health, trauma, stress, that compassion, because I know that, because I grew up in a single parent home,
Mm-hmm.
My mom was very strong. And so, because my mom was very strong, we didn't have time. We didn't have time to kind of, we didn't have that, not to say my mom is a very loving mom, but she was very strong in the sense that she didn't have time to do a lot of, the things that, maybe a 2-parent family would do. Mm-hmm. It was like, okay, let's get it together. We got things to do. We got, and now I notice that, my mom is, over time, my mom has, she doesn't have now 5 children that she has to take care of by herself. Right. And my mom, you know what I'm saying, is she's such a loving person and such a giving person. And, her words now, she's, I just see her like evolving as we all do as we get older. Now I see that in myself, the younger me as a mom and the older me as a mom, I've used my words differently now.
Wow. Well, you just speak from your heart so much that it's anyway. It's always wonderful to hear whatever words you have. I feel a little subconscious. Sometimes I'm just kind of kicking back here, just listening to you because it's so wonderful.
But you have a story though, Simon. I know that we've had many conversations. I don't like to put people on the spot, but at the end of the day, I feel like we all have a story that we have to tell, right?
Sure. Yeah. And I also like you. It's interesting. You were sharing your story of how it took you so many years to come to the point where you could set down your backpack. And in many ways, I did when I was in college. I did a little bit of work around mental health and my own care and everything because I was depressed, because I was just entered profound depression. Mm-hmm. But in many ways, it took me, I think you said you were 29. I think
Yes.
yesterday you said you were 29.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I was 39. Really, I was. And it took me really like 16 years living in an ashram, in a safe, in one sense, one of the safest possible settings that I could be in, where it was just like affirmative, positive people. I mean, you've met a couple of the guys from the ashram now,
Yes.
Om Rishikesh, Sri Kala, just, the sweetest, most beautiful, loving people.
Yes.
So really, like, it took me being surrounded with people like that for 16 years before I came to the point where I felt safe enough to really start to unpack the trauma of my childhood, which was, it's not that the trauma was so dramatic. I just had parents with a messy divorce, and ended up basically being disconnected with my mother for 10 years. And so it was just that from the time I was 10 until the time I was 20. Yeah, and so that separation just created a profound level of fear and mistrust, and also mistrust of myself. Because I separated myself from my mother, and so it was a very as I said, so that was my childhood trauma that I experienced, but it took me many years to to come to the point where I could really look at that and give myself the self-love and the self-healing that I needed to begin that transformation process.
Yes.
And so that's one thing that I want to say. Two things that I want to say to that as it relates to today, as we're seeing the results of things unfold. However things unfold, sometimes something externally negative happens in our life, and it's really pointing us towards it's a moment that will bring us towards a deeper level of internal healing and transformation.
Yes.
And so even in those moments when things are for me, it took the shape of a catastrophe. Really, honestly, it was a catastrophe in my life. For me when I was 39, and that catastrophe kind of broke open my life in a new way, and made it so that I had to walk through the process of healing and transformation in order to move forward. And I really believe that in one way or another, as a country, that's what we need to do. We've been in a crisis. We're in a crisis. We're breaking open. We're seeing all the racism. It's all coming up. We talked about racism yesterday.
Yes.
All the racism in our culture is like has come up to the surface. We can no longer, ignore it. No one's, when Obama was elected, people were saying, oh, post-racist world, all this, total, malarkey.
Yes.
And just complete, utter, like, false idea. And now no one can deny it.
Yes,
It's
there.
Real.
Yes.
This is prevalent in our society. And we, regardless, even if Joe Biden were to win today, we still need to focus on how to transform the
Yes.
millions and millions and millions of people that are trying to put this agenda out into the world.
Yes, yes, yes. I actually want to say that one of the things that you talked about as far as, oh Lord, I just lost my train of thought. Hold on, let me go back. One of the things that you said, what I wanted to say was oh Lord, I lost my thought. Hold up. Okay. As I was talking about the backpack and taking that, unpacking that backpack and making sure that, you know what I'm saying, we do what we need to do to unpack that backpack and speak words that we need to do to resonate within ourselves so that we can become the person of who we truly are. One of the reasons why we opened up this space is because we opened up this space to not just Democrats, not just Republicans, not just independents. We opened this space up for everyone because we understand that we are all one. That's what we all understand, right?
That's right.
But it's also important for all of us to be able to come together and have a conversation as these things are rising to the top. Sometimes it takes a little pain to get to the happiness. I was just talking to my mom about that, is that, sometimes we get to a place of pain, and that pain is what makes us move. That pain is what makes people show up at the voting polls. That pain is what makes us actually start going out and not just doing the elections for the president, but the elections every time they come up in your local area.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This, it allows us to actually get to a place where we are doing something, even when it comes to the things that are happening within us, the trauma, the grief from losing a loved one, losing your childhood innocence through sexual abuse, substance abuse, and you just don't know how to get through it. Sometimes that pain, if you really, really are looking to get it, you have to use that pain to get to your happiness. And I saw a sense where I was so full, my backpack was so heavy. It was like, as soon as I started showing up for myself, that the backpack just started rolling off. I just started unpacking it slowly. And as more things came up about myself, okay, understanding, okay, PerCilla, yes, you're a bit of a control freak. Let it go. That was something that I needed to realize. Okay, PerCilla, sometimes your words aren't good. Let it go. That was something that I need to realize. It wasn't a situation of me saying, you. It was a situation of me saying me, and what do I need to do to help me, heal me, take care of me? All of those things, it's just, really kind of coming back to me. Renee said, absolutely, prayerfully, we will all come to a point of self-reflection and change that is good, not only for ourselves, but for the world.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, that's some good stuff, Renee. Thank you so much. That's some good stuff. But yeah, I'm really hoping. Oh, Allie said this conversation is offering some much needed solace and encouragement today. Thank you both for speaking so openly about your journeys of growth and healing. Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you so much, Allison. Thank you so much. And I think that this is, all of this is hopefully helping, our community, because at the end of the day, we are one, and we all have to come together as one to heal. We have to heal ourselves first before we start talking about healing other people. I told you. Remember we were talking about Bell Hooks quotation. So we're gonna edit that quotation because we can't use the words she used. But if you're jacked up trying to lead a revolution, your revolution is going to be jacked up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that revolution could be within you.
Yep.
That revolution being within you.
Yeah, absolutely. So the change starts within. The change really starts within. We want to change this world. We want to bring a we're doing this, and that brings us back to the point that you always make, which I think is the core point of everything that we're doing here, which is that we're pulling back through meditation and the different transformational practices that we're doing in these sessions. But we're not just pulling back to put our heads in the sand and just forget about the world. We're pulling back. We're doing our own inner work so that we can bring out the best into this world.
Yes, absolutely. And we have some presenters that are coming back here at 12 noon. So throughout the day, you'll see that we're live, but you'll see just a standing slide so that you will know who we have coming up. At 12 noon, we have two amazing speakers, Johann Diermann and Kenya Watts. I'm telling you, you are in for a real treat this afternoon. So make sure you come back. You're going to see some commercials running throughout the day, but make sure you come back here at 12 noon, and we'll be doing some meditation and conversation with them too. Thank you guys so much for showing up this morning in our morning session of the Mindful Vote 2020. Thank you so much to my co-hosts. I love you. Bro, I love you so much. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing our next presenters at 12 noon. As we close out with a comment from Renee, who says, beautiful. Pain forces change. I'm a work in progress. I am changing and I am healing. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yes, beautiful. All right. Well, we look forward to seeing each of you. All right. So stay tuned, 12 noon. See you later.
Okay.
That Zen life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
That Zen life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
It's a lot of us taking care of everybody else except taking care of ourselves. And that's what I saw myself doing. I saw myself taking care of my kids. I was a workaholic. I was taking care of my husband. I was taking care of my friends. I was taking care of my grown kids. And I wasn't taking care of me. I needed to change my life. I didn't want to live in fear anymore. I didn't want to worry anymore. I didn't want to live in panic or anxiety anymore. I wanted to make sure that I got back to who I really was, which was I'm happy, I'm joyful, I'm peaceful, I'm loving, I'm sassy, and I'm fun. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. I don't care who you are, what you're going through. When you are going through something and you're in the trenches of it, you feel like nobody else is going through what you're going through. And I promise you that is not true.
Oh, it's a beautiful cover. I Am Healing, 7 Secrets to Wellness and Self-Care. We need that. We need that.
That Zen life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
Oh, it's a beautiful cover. I am healing. 7 secrets to wellness and self-care. We need that. We need that.
It's a lot of us taking care of everybody else except taking care of ourselves. And that's what I saw myself doing. I saw myself taking care of my kids. I was workaholic. I was taking care of my husband. I was taking care of my friends. I was taking care of my grown kids. And I wasn't taking care of me. I needed to change my life. I didn't want to live in fear anymore. I didn't want to worry anymore. I didn't want to live in panic or anxiety anymore. I wanted to make sure that I got back to who I really was, which was I'm happy, I'm joyful, I'm peaceful, I'm loving, I'm sassy, and I'm fun. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. I don't care who you are, what you're going through. When you are going through something and you're in the trenches of it, you feel like nobody else is going through what you're going through. And I promise you that is not true.
My approach is empowering because it allows them to come to the realization that they have the expertise to self-heal their mind, their body, and their spirit.
But I believe that self-care is essential. So at the end of the day, when you are thinking about the fact that you are taking the kids to their practice and you are making sure that dinner's on the table and you are making sure that you're making ends meet so that you can come home and take care of your family, you're taking care of everybody else but yourself. You very rarely take the time out. People very rarely take the time out to say, you know what, I'm going to set this time aside to take a mindful walk. I'm going to take this time aside to just have a moment of solitude. And we all need that at least 10 minutes per day.
Hey, PerCilla. No, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Question: Who do we have first?
Kenya.
Oh, Kenya's first. Okay. Kenya. Can you grab her info and put it in the chat while I make her banner?
Sure. You want to introduce her?
Yeah, I can introduce her. Did I make her banner? Banner. Okay. Do you have her? Can you grab her her website?
Yeah.
And any social media. I'm making her card now.
She didn't put any social media links, so that's what we got.
Just a website.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you can grab the same for Johann, and then I will add that. Okay, Ronnie and Rose got that. Banner. Okay. Hi, Johann.
Hey, Priscilla, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
Good.
I can't.
So we'll be bringing you in after Kenya.
Yes, I know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So
Yes.
I'm just gonna put you on hold for now, okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Did she say what she is? She's a brand. What is her title? Brand strategist, right? She's a brand strategist
She
and
specializes in consumer psychology, she said.
And a homeopathic something. Homeopathic. What was it? A homeopathic.
I don't see any.
Oh, it was on her card that you made, I think. God dog it. Can't remember what it was.
Oh, the post that I created for her?
The post that you created.
Digital media strategist.
Digital media strategist. Okay, and a homeopathic something, right?
No? I didn't say homeopathic anything on the card.
Okay. So, digital media strategist. Media strategist. Okay. So that's that for her. Okay. And let me see. Okay, where is it? Kenya. How come she's not here yet? Okay. Yeah, you sent her out the thing already, I know. So she has the link. Simon, she has the link, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent her the link.
Okay. And Johann is spelled Joann and then Dieer.
Johhann.
And then Dieer or Deir.
Diermann. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what is his title?
He's a coach, life coach,
Okay.
and meditation teacher.
Do you want to interview Johann?
Sure.
Okay. Just sent her a text message. Let's see.
Hey, logging in now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, so she's logging in now. All right. Okay, so we got the welcome back. We got the host. Kenya. Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to just take us off for now. Okay, Simon?
Okay.
Okay.
That Zen life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
It's a lot of us taking care of everybody else except taking care of ourselves. And that's what I saw myself doing. I saw myself taking care of my kids. I was workaholic. I was taking care of my husband. I was taking care of my friends. I was taking care of my grown kids. And I wasn't taking care of me. I needed to change my life. I didn't want to live in fear anymore. I didn't want to worry anymore. I didn't want to live in panic or anxiety anymore. I wanted to make sure that I got back to who I really was, which was I'm happy, I'm joyful, I'm peaceful, I'm loving, I'm sassy, and I'm fun. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. I don't care who you are, what you're going through. When you are going through something and you're in the trenches of it, you feel like nobody else is going through what you're going through. And I promise you that is not true.
Oh, it's a beautiful cover. I Am Healing, 7 Secrets to Wellness and Self-Care. We need that. We need that.
Hey, we are back to our 12 o'clock session. Are you ready?
I am absolutely ready and excited, thrilled to be here. It's been a great journey so far, and I'm really excited about this final chapter in the Mindful Vote 2020. Here we are.
Yes. I mean, seriously, it just feels like we just started yesterday, and now we're already at the end, the last day, day 3.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to kind of sneak off and look at the elections or anything?
I looked a little bit. I've seen a little bit. Things haven't changed since, things are still up in the air. So, yeah, that makes Johann's talk on managing with uncertainty a very timely presentation.
Yes. I'm excited to hear about all of that he has to share with us today. I'm also really excited to hear from Kenya, our digital strategist, with regards to getting in that information overload and how to kind of negate from all of that. So I have been telling everybody, that we really want to thank every last one of our all of our volunteers, all of our speakers. And if you were just kind of coming on at this time, just want to share the amazing people that we have had that have come and helped us with this event. Tiffany Medizadeh, Dr. Jamila Holcomb, Sri Kala, Jennifer, Chef Om, Sun Saray, Marissa, Johann, who we're about to hear from, Miss Kenya Wise, who we're about to hear from, and all of our volunteers, Dr. Preeti Sahai, David Hodge, Renee Moody Whitaker, Mr. Pimentel, of course, you, Simon, and D'Angelo Giovanni and Gilbert Rudolph. I just want to say I'm so grateful. Bad Zen Life Wellness Foundation is so grateful to have, some amazing people who believe in this cause of mental health. So I'm ready to jump right into it. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to introduce our first presenter. Our first presenter is Kenya Watch, who is a 15-year veteran of the advertising and marketing fields, where she has specialized in consumer psychology, and she has used her deep understanding of customer archetypes to help Fortune 100 companies proliferate customer penetration in today's digital economy. So Kenya has worked across tech, CPG, retail, logistics. I mean, you name it, she's done it, and some more stuff. So I'm excited to bring on Kenya. Yeah, I'm ready to bring Kenya in. Kenya! So happy to get to actually see you. Do you have something running in the background? Can you mute that or turn it down a bit? Can hear that echoing going on.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome. Can you hear us okay? Can you hear us okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you, but we can hear a lot. There's an echo. There we go. Okay, it's better now. Well, I'm excited that you're here today.
I can't hear.
You can't hear us?
No.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. What's going on? Okay. Let's see here. Check your volume.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, I tell you what, this is what we're gonna do. Okay, can you hear her, Simon?
I can hear her. Yeah.
Okay.
And I can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to call her. And if we...
I can hear you now through the phone.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Okay, so you can hear me through the phone. And okay, so no worries. We're gonna work it out. So the first thing I want to know is, with all that's going on, especially with the election, can you give us a little bit more information about, this information overload and how this has been affecting us mental health-wise?
Absolutely. Thank you both for having me. I'm very grateful to be a part of the Mindful Vote. I am a mental health advocate. I believe in its benefits for everyone at every stage of life. So I'm super glad to be here, especially during these times where everyone's sort of, a few levels up as far as stress and some sense of uncertainty. What I do as far as marketing does contribute to many wonderful things in life, but also it can add to some of the stress. And to your point, your question as to how the information overload, which is a good way to term what we're experiencing in modern times, it has a tremendous amount of effect on our mental, physical, and emotional health and well-being, our family lives. So what I like to tell people is that, marketing in its essence is good, right? The goal is to promote exchange. So I give you something, you give me something, your time, your service, your money, and your attention. But too much negative information can have a direct effect on your cortisol and adrenaline. It actually activates the fight or flight gene within the brain. And the reason why this can be very impactful is that cortisol regulates our hormonal system. So it's the immune, it's your insulin. For pregnant women, it can affect your fetus. So anytime you have a negative experience, so like when we're watching these videos and we're getting into it, there's a real life PTSD, experience that is happening. And the continued exposure to it without any break or acknowledgement of how impactful it can be has a lingering effect.
So I know that you.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, what did you say?
I said, tell me about it.
So Simon said, tell me about it.
Right, exactly. It's real.
Yes. So question, with regards to the not just the psyche of it, but also to, as we kind of move forward with regards to, thinking about how meditation kind of works in with this. How can we use, some of the tools that we've been learning throughout this subject to help us with, getting rid of some of that anxiety? And I know that the media plays on that, right? Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the two parts. So I'll start with the latter part first. The media, which is just a plural term of medium. So it's a way to communicate via that. The news, internet, video, broadcast, magazines, everyone profits from our attention and where we spend our time and our focus, right? So our eyes and our attention has a monetary value to it. All the players benefit from it. Like I always tell people, from NPR to all the major cable news networks to all of the magazines and social media sites, right? So we're a part of their ecosystem for revenue. And they're a part of our lives for information, both good and bad and everything in between. There are many of tools that help with family and kids and food and cooking and all of those good things. We're participating in this mindful vote via one form of media, right? So it has its pluses and its minuses, but like I said before, it really does have, the negative information does have a physical toll that it takes on us. My massage therapist often says you may get through a stressful moment, but the body keeps score, right? So every time we consume and bring it in, we may move past it emotionally, we think, but our body starts to wear that burden. Some of the things that, some of the things that I try to implement myself, but also explain to people that helps to find balance in these times and just in general. You'd be surprised. Ear candling actually helps to balance out the equilibrium, which helps.
Wait a minute. What did you say it was?
Earwax candling.
Earwax candling. Yes. Okay, now you're gonna have to break that one down.
Well, there are a few things that are happening. One, when we're on the phone and listening to sound, the earwax starts to build up as a protective mechanism to protect the eardrums, right? And to protect it from like debris and things that could harm us. But it also starts to cause an imbalance in how we walk and how we think and how we sleep. So having an earwax candling, a couple of times a year actually helps with your physical well-being. It helps to balance out all of the sounds, the roaring cars, the trains, the music. Yeah. So that's one thing that I like to throw in there. It's a relaxing experience, and it's great for mindful living. Also, once you have the understanding that you are part of an ecosystem, that is revenue for many, many, many people, you have the knowledge and information so that you can make a mindful decision to carve out time during your day. My strong suggestion to anyone is to carve out at least 1 hour a day, not your bedtime, but 1 hour during the day where you are talking on the phone to a friend or family member, or you're talking to your spouse, or you're playing with your kids, not homework time. We want non-stressful activities. Of course, walking, exercise. This can be your exercise time or your meditative time. But specifically saying, I'm going to remove myself from these tools that are used, to engage with my emotions and get me out of a space of control, right? The less we feel we're in control, the more fear is able to, creep up, and the more that cortisol starts to get out of whack. And what I wanted to also mention for everyone,
yes,
an imbalance of the cortisol hormone causes weight gain, restlessness, inadequate sleep. It's very real. If you are on the diabetic spectrum, it can negatively affect your insulin levels and cause significant physical harm. So it's not, any of the times where you're feeling like a little sluggish, or you just don't know why you feel down or heavy. A lot of times that's a result of the absorbent amount of information that we take in.
That is actually so mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And to know that all of the information that we're taking in digitally is giving us all of that. And I know you and I, we had a conversation about some of the documentaries that I watched.
Yes.
Can you talk about the tad bit? About some of the documentaries that I watched. The Perfect Weapon, Agents of Chaos, and the social media something. I can't remember what that is, but they were all talking about how digitally, some kind of way we're being affected, whether it's cybersecurity or it's just, these top guru tech folks that are now weaning themselves off from the addiction of the technology that they have created, which is now giving depression and stress and all of these other things to kids and to adults and to people. Yeah. And so my question to you is, with all of that, do you have some other additional tools with regards to what parents can do to help their kids, to wean them off? And even as adults, like one of the guys in the documentary was saying, they had made a point. He used to be the CEO of Google. He said that they had made a point to put their phones in the drawer, and he found himself going into the kitchen when his wife wasn't looking, getting the phone out of the drawer and going into the pantry so that he can read his emails during dinner time.
That's funny.
It's funny, but it's so real. So what are some of the things that we can do to just kind of come back to calm and kind of hope when we're taking our phones from our kids and we're taking away the video games during times that we know they've been on for freaking hours?
Yes. Those documentaries are really important to show the behind the scenes of what I do during the day and what many people in this field do, so that consumers are informed about how their data and their lives are being monitored, but also impacted with information. One example that I like to share with people, just to give an example of how effective it can be, is in my daily job, I'm able to send an email or a Facebook ad at the exact time that it has been determined that you are more likely to buy right? So either likely to buy in that moment or likely to buy within 30 days or maybe even 6 months. And it's that specific. So we're looking at your purchasing behavior, your traffic, as well as other people, which is where the archetype comes in, right? So other people that fit into your specific lifestyle demographics. So 18-year-old male likes video games and fast food, freshman in college, you know what I mean? Maybe even an athlete. We can determine when he's likely to buy the next video game. And so then you send the ad, or you'll send the post on social media, just in the nick of time. Now, again, this is both good and bad. I was shopping for dresses the other day, and this really cute dress popped up from Macy's, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that dress. So for me, of course, because I do it, it's not as scary, and I look at it as good. But you want to be always mindful that you're seeing these things on purpose and your children are seeing these advertisements, and in-app advertising is a big thing. So when you're using a weight loss app and you see the ad for exercise gear or tennis shoes or a subscription to something else, those ads are extremely effective, right? And you're already in this ecosystem of the weight loss app, and you're developing a sense of trust with that particular entity, and then they're showing you things that could benefit you, but they're also benefiting the people on the other side of that. And then as well, the healthcare companies are able to use the data from the weight loss app in order to provide better services or know what equipment to buy. It goes down the rabbit hole, right? And it's normally not for a negative reason.
Yes, but it feels negative. It does. Negative. It feels negative, and also it feels like, it makes things harder when you're taking things away. I know, because when my kids are on restriction, I don't have to, which is sad, because I used to get upset when my mom used to say you can't go outside for a week. I would be so upset. But now kids don't care. Now it's like, the only thing that really resonates with them is if you say, I'm taking your phone for a week. And they're like, oh,
yes,
no! So it's like, I know what to do. I know exactly what to do if my kids are not doing their homework or if they're not cleaning their room. I'm taking the phone. Yeah. I'm definitely taking the video box. That
100%.
I'm taking those. But at the same time, we do need to be, because I know that you're very conscious about what the digital world does and how you specifically, because you're hired to do it, you know exactly what to do, and you're hired to do it for these major companies. I want to know, what are you doing, like those CEOs, that you're not falling into that same trap, because you already know the trap, you know the rabbit hole. What are you doing so that you can make sure that you're not following down that rabbit hole? I know one of them. One of them is turn off all of your notifications. Don't allow those notifications to be on, because it's a means of distraction. But what are some of the other ones?
Yes, notifications is huge. I wouldn't turn off all of mine, but I would advise anyone to try it for at least at the top of the morning, or like I said, during your 1 hour where you're specifically removing yourself from the matrix, the machine, right? But what I always keep in mind, and I definitely would tell parents, is what we're dealing with is an addiction to immediate gratification. So even with the former CEO of Google, with him going into the pantry to check his email, even though it seems like it's work, there's still an immediate gratification that was not available to us in times past. When dealing with work or friends or family and information, you had to wait until the next day, or especially with time zones, until people were awake on another coast or in another country. And so with kids in people that are into gaming and things of that nature, and even just on social media, if you're removing that machine or apparatus from them, then it's good to replace it with another form of immediate gratification. So some sort of game or activity where they can get a similar adrenaline rush, but for, I don't want to say negative, positive, but for another way to direct that energy, right?
Okay.
So, and the same goes for us as adults. And that's what I tell myself when I do see the dress, I know that, okay, well, that's not in my budget. This is coming up right now because, they want to sell me the dress and I'm likely to buy it, but I don't need it. And so I learn to deny myself the immediate gratification. A lot of times I will click on the link, save it, and then move on. So then throughout the rest of the day, when I see boots or shoes or sheets or pillows, I no longer have the need to click on everything, right? I looked, okay, I saw that, I save it to a list, and then that way I'm delaying the gratification of shopping and adding it to my cart. I definitely try not to add things to cart, because then now you have another reason to go back and edit the cart and look at different things. And you would be amazed at the predictive model of retargeting when you go back to your cart. That is an intense. I spent 6 months on a cart retargeting project with a large telecommunications company. So
wow,
saving things to cart is gold for us. But it's always, a helpful suggestion. Keep, in mind, it'll be something helpful that will be useful to you at some point in your life. But just finding being mindful of this need for instant gratification, and then finding little ways to chip away at it. Like I said, for me, it's saving to a wish list and moving on. For kids, if you're removing the games or social media, finding some in-home activities or something around the house or outside the house.
Trying to connect them, basically making sure that when we take away something, then give them something. Okay, all right.
With an instant gratification, not a long term. Yeah.
Oh, right. So I guess my normal thing, which is to take away the phone and then give them a chore, that probably wouldn't work.
No. Unless the chore is like making pizza, right? Then that
they don't want to cook.
But no, if you do it as far as a punishment, that just feeds the addiction. That just makes people want to do it even more.
Yes, exactly. Simon, do you have any questions for Kenya? I know she can't hear you, but I'll just repeat the question so that she knows what the question is.
Well, I did see a question coming in from one of the viewers who is still a little confused about the earwax candling.
Okay.
Can you explain what the candling is? You take your earwax and you turn it into a candle?
So he said, okay, so we have a question, and the question is, can you explain the earwax candling? And Simon says, so what are you doing? Are you taking the earwax and turning it into a candle?
That is a good question.
That sounds really gross.
It does sound gross. I wasn't thinking of that though, Simon. I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking, taking wax from a candle and maybe making it soft and putting it in your ear. Is that what it is, Kenya?
That's an excellent question. That's a part of the process. So they actually use like this cloth funnel, and they drip the warm, soothing candle wax into the funnel, and then it goes into your ear. And there's a motion that would then attract the wax that's in there. Mm-hmm. And it's very delicate because it doesn't remove too much wax. It removes just enough, right? It's very soft and warm and soothing. And you can actually go to sleep getting it done. It's about 30 minutes. Maybe 15 minutes for each ear. It's a wonderful tingling experience. But you don't use the wax in your ear.
The way that you're explaining it, the way she's explaining it, right, Simon? It just sounds so soothing. But at the same time, as you're thinking about it, you're just thinking hot wax in my ear. I don't want to do that. But I know that's not what I know that's not the experience. I know that's
everyone try it.
Right. Everybody try it. So Renee actually said the advertising tactics are very intrusive. I add to carts and leave it there. And she said, then they send me an email telling me I left something in my cart.
Yes, that's my favorite thing. Because it's so helpful,
Yes.
right? But and what you would be surprised is the likelihood that someone would purchase when they receive that email is about 75%. So we don't do it just to be intrusive. We do it because it works. Right. And you don't really find that people return the item after they do it. But it is set up to where it's we are going to follow up with you if you put it in the cart, which is why I put things in a wish list, because it doesn't do the same thing. It doesn't have the same.
So that's another thing that we can do to relieve the stress. Don't put it in the cart. Put it in the wish list.
Yeah, which is what we used to do.
Unless you're going to me or Simon or Kenya's store, then you can put it in the cart.
Put it in the cart. It's gonna help you. It's gonna make your day better.
Yes, it's gonna make your day better.
To keep in mind, so that was a really good question that you asked earlier, and really looking at the kids, and because we were all kids at one point, and we still have, kid things that we do. But back in the day, we would do like the JCPenney catalog for our Christmas list, and we would pick out the toys and the clothes that we want, and then we'd send it to our parents and grandparents. So for the wish list, again, it really is a mindful tool for delayed gratification that takes us, it's sort of a throwback, right? And you would avoid the cart reminder emails, and it won't just be an email. You will get a cart reminder on your Facebook or on your Instagram or a number of places. Let's be clear. It's a whole marketing automation system that it has about 4 different legs.
I was gonna say really quick that I think that Renee, you might be triggering Renee, because she's like, yes, and then the wish list requires you to make an account.
Yes. But Renee, when you make the account, you can say that you don't want, notifications. You're still in control, and that's where marketing and advertising is today, right? So we move past, just talk to people. And with social media, it's taught us how to be more personable and one-on-one. So where we are in the industry is that you have the control, you have the power to say, I want this information, I don't want that information. Mm-hmm. And from a marketing automation standpoint, for you all to know, this is called preference marketing. So you get to choose what you see and what you don't see, right? And so you do have a bit more control in your life. We've learned that through social media, because what social media did, even though it's information overload for consumers and users, it blocked out advertisers and brands and even politics and news media, right? So everyone had to get smart and realize, okay, they're in charge. Which is the point of this conversation.
Oh, we lost. Okay, there we go.
We as consumers are really in charge. I mean, we're plugged in, but we still have control.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is all fascinating. And I'm sorry, Simon, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, and just that I love the core point that Kenya was sharing earlier, that your attention is valuable.
Yes.
And that's really something I'd never heard it said quite like that before. And it's really something to really reflect on when you're looking at sites, when you're on the internet, to know, like, actually your attention is valuable. Like, there's a monetary, there's a monetary amount that's associated with your time and attention, and that's very real.
Yes, Simon was saying
and
that
there's something empowering about that too. I don't know.
Yeah, Simon was saying that, it's that what you said about, our attention being our attention is very valuable. And I think there's a really key point as well. I want to tell everybody to please, you get a chance, go to ronnieandrose.com and check Kenya out if you have any other questions. I am so grateful to you, Kenya. Thank you so much for giving us this wealth of information. We really needed it. It's going to help us. It's going to help our kids. Maybe not. We don't know. But it'll definitely help the adults. And I'm excited about that. And just so you know, wait a minute, hold on. Let's see. Oh, Renee said, thank you so much, Kenya. So yes, you are very valuable. Allison said, this was illuminating. This is so freaking awesome. So thank you so much, Kenya. So can you hang out with us for a little bit? We want to bring on our next presenter. Can you hang out?
Absolutely. I'd love to.
Yeah.
Thank
okay.
you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. And while you're hanging out, if you want to check on your settings to see if, you know what I'm saying, your speaker stuff is so that, you know, you can hear, or you can, I will mute you and you can open up your dial. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to be bringing on our next presenter. And before we bring on our next presenter, we just want to run a quick ad really quick with regards to our nonprofit. But hang tight. We have Mr. Johann make sure that I'm pronouncing this right, Simon. What is the name again?
Diermann.
Diermann. Okay, I didn't want to slaughter that. But I'm excited to hear what he says. But we'll be back in one moment as we take a quick look and hear from our sponsor.
That Zen life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
My approach is empowering because it allows them to come to the realization that they have the expertise to self-heal their mind, their body, and their spirit.
But I believe that self-care is essential. So at the end of the day, when you are thinking about the fact that you are taking the kids to their practice and you are making sure that dinner's on the table and you are making sure that you're making ends meet so that you can come home and take care of your family, you're taking care of everybody else but yourself. You very rarely take the time out. People very rarely take the time out to say, you know what, I'm going to set this time aside to take a mindful walk. I'm going to take this time aside to just have a moment of solitude. And we all need that at least 10 minutes per day.
So we do need that just 10 minutes per day. And Simon, who is my wonderful co-host, Simon, would you like to introduce our next presenter?
It would be an honor and a pleasure for me. I'd love to introduce to you all Johann Diermann. Johann was a monk for 25 years. He is now a life coach and a meditation teacher. And during his years as a monk, he was the founder of a center that we actually heard a bit about yesterday, called the Bhakti Center in New York's East Village. And Johann is now teaching meditation and coaching, and is just among many other things is my own mentor and years. So
I'm excited. Well, let's bring Johann in. Johann!
Hey, hello.
How are you?
Very good. Thank you for this beautiful session. It was your spirit and your energy. It's beautiful, very uplifting. Yeah, all the way up here in Montreal. It's really very moving. Wonderful spirit.
Oh, thank you. Well, Simon has spoken some beautiful words about you, so I can't wait to hear his questions.
Well, be easy on me, Simon.
Well, so just to start with, I'd love to for you to share with folks just a little bit about your journey with meditation. I already shared, as you know, that you were a monk for 25 years. And how did you tell us a little bit about your journey with meditation, how you discovered it, how it's transformed you, and
wow.
what it has, the role it plays in your life today?
Wow, that's a big question. Well, what I can say, my early teen years, the two major questions that really, when I was really came into my own thinking, like very early teens, it was, who am I, and what's the nature of reality? And this self-discovery, self-finding. This was really like, I was like, wow, where am I landed here? What is this place? So, and then I initially became very attracted to the arts. I have an acting degree also. I was an actor in Germany for a while. And but then I was pulled to come to the States, initially with the idea of maybe finding in California, Hollywood, or New York to pursue my acting career. But then I ended up in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and just spent the whole summer there. And I encountered the Bhagavad Gita, which is like one of the ancient Hindu texts, 5,000 years old. And it was like I had this epiphany. I felt like I had lived my whole life in a desert. And finally, somebody was giving me a glass of water and I was quenching my thirst. So my spiritual thirst, I didn't really realize how deep it was. But all of a sudden, I was like, wow, this is so meaningful. Everything makes meaningful. Everything makes sense. And so I ended up staying. I visited an ashram in New York on my way back to Germany, so I thought. And I stayed for 25 years. And so meditation, of course, naturally. So I was like had a very privileged life. There was the whole life as a monk is about creating ideal conditions to meditate, to live an eternal life, to become self-aware, etc., etc. But also, we were engaged monks, like in Manhattan, very active, also in community service, interfaith work, etc., etc. So that's been, so I was very privileged, to have that kind of life. And then, but life kept knocking at the door, and then it was time to move on with something I never experienced. And I always say the same reason I joined the monastery was the same reason I left the monastery, which was self-realization, because really this quest, who am I? This becoming self-aware, this hunger, this journey never ends. Contrary to our Western belief, where we understanding of you figure out your career and you establish yourself, and once you build a nice container and the external circumstances and careers in place, then you're done. You just wait for retirement. But but that's not really the case. That's not how a human being. The beautiful thing is we are just such beautiful, amazing, magical beings that keep evolving and growing. And it's there's we're always this kind of childlike innocence and inquisitiveness, everything that never stops. And if you study, like I read this one article a few years ago, was in the New York Times, people in the 80s or 90s or something who are still fully engaged in working, what do they say? They just still love learning. Why they keep doing what they're doing? Because every day there's something to learn. So that's something that never ends, and that's what I call in Buddhism beginner's mind. And that's something that's always, that's once we have that, then we still always have a lease on life, and there's always change and possibility is always there, no matter what our life is, no matter what happens, no matter what tragedy, what amazing turns life takes. There's always the opportunity to renew ourselves, to grow, to learn. There's always something to learn. So that's, for me, that's always, meditation has been such a wonderful journey for me, because now and it's now stronger than ever to spend time with myself alone in silence is the most valuable time. It's the most precious. This is my time of renewal, where I come in touch with myself, because I read this one quote. I think his name was Edward Young. He's a literary critic, and there was an article on Shakespeare, and he said, "We are all born originals. So why is it that most of us die copies?" So the journey of self-discovery and of introspection it's not an easy path. It's because we are not fitting into the herd. We try to fit in. When we are young, we try to fit in. We want to be liked. It's all very natural. But then usually when we are lucky, then at one point there's a crisis, and all of a sudden things don't fit anymore. It's not me. So meditation is just an invaluable tool to self-remember, to come back to ourselves. And this is, and society doesn't teach us this. So we are so lucky now to have so much opportunity, so many teachers and so much guidance, and to really find time to really, what does it mean to come back to ourselves and learn to spend this time? Because there's also, once we stop and listen to and spend time with ourselves, then there's also anxiety and stress, wounds and things that come up, and pressures from life, and what to speak of now, this election, it's uncertainty. It's it's an endless field.
Wow. Well, and so now I want you to lead us in a meditation in a few minutes, but just briefly, if you would, since you ended up touching on this election, I wonder how, in your way of thinking of it, in your mind, how is meditation and mindfulness? Why is it important in this particular moment in time?
Yes. Thank you. It's also good. I'm happy to answer this, because that helps me to remember this myself, and to find alignment in this. Something I discovered just recently, in the last few years, is that when there's something, especially uncertainties, on something that's really very personal, something very disturbing, something that's eating on me, and that I have no control over. My realization was that actually my fear of that feeling, this is a very uncomfortable feeling. It just, I just want to get rid of it. I can't stand it. It's so unsettling. It's so disturbing. My nervous system is so giving me all the, don't go there, don't go. This is so unpleasant. So I spend all my energy not feeling that feeling, and I'm trying to get away from it. And that endeavor to get away from that uncertainty actually causes more pain than the original feeling.
Right.
That, first of all, of course, it keeps that in place, that uncertainty. It has nowhere to go. This emotion, this sensation we feel in our bodies that's very unpleasant, we just try to suppress it. We try to put a lid on it. But this endeavor to put a lid on it removes us even more from ourselves, because actually this anxiety is part of us. It's something, it's a healthy voice. There's something in us that needs to be heard, that wants to be heard, but it's maybe unpleasant, maybe something that's not comfortable, but we have not learned how to stay with this uncomfortable feeling. So meditation helps me to just not to be carried away, to not identify with that one feeling, see it as a part of myself, be very kind, give myself space and say, okay, what is it? It's a voice of me, it's a part of me that is afraid, it's probably terrified of something. But we identify so much with it that we think that's me, and so we just run and we just go in haywire. But actually, it's just a part of us. It's a part of me. It's a part of me. So when I find silence and stillness, and this thing is banging on my door, I just try to have a welcoming, a warm, be very gentle with myself, and just try to listen. Meditation means listening. To actually listen to the voice that wants to be heard, and sometimes for me also meditation just means just to listen to the silence. And then what I found, once I understood that my endeavor to not feel, to get away from this unpleasant feeling is more stressful than the original feeling, I said, okay, so let it come. So what is it? Come. And it shrunk in size. And it didn't go away. It was still unpleasant, but it was like from like this, it went to this. And it was, so much more manageable. Yes.
Oh, I had a question. I know that we're about to go into a meditation, but because I know that there are people out there that are listening and watching, and it's in regards to what's going on today, because it's so key, as Simon and I have been talking throughout this entire summit about not burying our heads in the sand and being very present about what's going on right now. So as you were talking about, you know what I'm saying, when you have this anxiety, and then, you're just kind of reaching out and saying, okay, what is it? And I want, I'm hoping that you could maybe provide some kind of insight for those that are experiencing cultural challenges right now, the racism and the pandemic and, all of these other things that, inside it's like, you can't run to maybe the president. You can't run to your mayor. You can't run to your senator. You can't run to the people that you think you would normally be able to run to. And so you have this cry out inside of you because of, that's where the anxiety is, because of all these things that are going on. How do you listen to that? And I know how, but for the beginners out there, if you can share, how do you come to that and try to put yourself at ease when there's no one to actually go to, that you have to kind of live
Do
through?
it yourself.
Right.
You're on your own.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, that's a very good question. Thank you. It's a very it's basically, first of all, it means slowing down, paying attention to, okay, so just noticing, okay, there's something that's really, what is it? What am I stressed about? Just to really, really identify, be very clear. And then, when you are, and it's a next step to just understand, notice, am I more afraid of the feeling, or can I actually allow the feeling to come a little closer? Because usually our stress level, we keep the stress, it doesn't change because there's some part of us wants to suppress the feeling, wants to suppress the anxiety. So once we can actually let just the anxiety be in the moment, and don't worry about it. It won't get overwhelming. It won't devour you. You won't go crazy. Our nervous system is so ingenious, so brilliant. We can let in just the part that we need to calm ourselves down. We are really, there's the core life intelligence. We all have that in us. It's always. But the thing is, sometimes we have like a fatalistic mentality, or we feel, oh my God, we already so contracted. It's impossible to find our ground. So the first thing is, when you're really contracted, find something to, whatever it is, we need to calm down. We need to breathing, something breathing, sitting, finding a posture. Sometimes maybe just taking a walk. If things get overwhelming, cook yourself a nice meal. Do something, some self-care, just something so you can come to you're not just obsessing, because you're it's like a overheated thinking process is kicking in. It's like we're obsessing.
Yes. I can connect with that.
Yes. So
yes,
how
I was
can we
gonna.
stop
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
How we can stop obsessing is we have to then, for example, is physical activity, sensing our body, sensing actually, because obsessing is a mental activity. There's this one part is overheating, but we also have a heart, we also have a body. So then something like taking a shower, running, or just let's say if you find time to sit down and just sense your body, as we say, in a sense, find your feet on the ground. What's going? Take inventory. Spend this time checking into the other parts, realizing what's going on. That's number one. I'm doing it too much.
Yes.
That's the key, right? I mean, and sometimes it has to run its course, and sometimes you just have to, you just kind of burn out, and you kind of just get tired, and and then okay, but the point is this, we can always learn. There's always transformation is always possible if we welcome it.
Yes.
And that's why community and support and having somebody to talk to is so helpful sometimes, just to connect with another human being, with another nervous system. So we're just coming out of our own. That's a big one. That's a big piece. Connecting with another human being is a big piece.
Yes, I've been sharing a lot.
Was that helpful? I hope that I'm answering your question.
It was very helpful, and I share a lot with my boys, with what's going on racially. I've been sharing a lot with my boys that, what I'm saying, to one, stay connected, breathe, just learn how to spend some time with themselves, to articulate what they're feeling. That's the first thing. Is that, to be able to actually articulate what they're feeling, because that part right there, I think if we could just start talking more and getting it out of us and not suppressing it, as you were saying, to your point that you were saying earlier, the more we talk about it, the better we feel. But the more that we suppress it and act like it's not there, that's where more of the pain kind of rises up. So I'm so grateful to you for saying that. Thank you. I appreciate that. It was a great question. And I know we took up a little bit of our meditation time, but Simon, sorry.
I want to just make one pitch to just for Simon's book, because that's his Simon's book really addresses this.
Yes.
Voicing those feelings. It's an excellent book to get support.
Yes. And if you guys have not had a chance to actually go to Simon's page and check out his book, please go to selfsalutations.com, and you can also check him out on Facebook, as well as you can check him also out on Instagram. Yeah, that was really key, Johann. I'm really grateful for the information you gave, and I'm ready to get into this meditation.
Yeah. Thank you for the plug, and but especially thank you for the wisdom. And please lead us into a meditation here. Right. We have 7 minutes to.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me, because I need to set a timer, because you know what happens when you start meditating.
That was one of our key points this morning, right, Simon? That we need to set a timer. Yeah. So we still have about 5 minutes.
Yeah. So I'm going to set myself a timer because I'm leading the meditation, and you might just otherwise we find ourselves here another half an hour, and we're in trouble. So here we go. I don't know if you can hear this, but okay. So just want to see. I feel very honored to be part of this and to share this time with you, all of you. So, yeah, just find yourself in your chair or wherever you are, and just take a moment and just come to yourself. Feel how you are right now inside. How you are to yourself. How you're doing. Just, there's no right or wrong answer. Just check in. What is alive in you right now, in your body? We will start with the body, because the body is always in the present moment, so it's a safe place to find our self-regulation, to pay attention to our nervous system and let the inborn intelligence, the inner healing take place. So if you're sitting in a chair, find your feet, sense your feet on the ground. Feel your pelvis and your lower back. And just sense into your heart. Just make space for the feelings that want to unfold. What is alive in your heart right now? Let's just make space for that, whatever it is. Take nice deep breaths. Follow your breath in and out. Breathe down into your belly. Keep your attention inside. And also just notice your thoughts, your thinking. Is the mind very active? Is it calm, agitated? Just notice. There's nothing to correct. There's nothing wrong. We are just now just coming to ourselves. This is quality me time. Any voices, negative voices, talks, just you say welcome, thank you. I see you, I hear you. But right now, I want to spend time with myself. And just notice now what's the quality of your being? What's the quality of your presence right now at this moment? What's alive in you? So just take a little snapshot. So okay, this is where I'm at right now. This is me right now. And that's good. So Wow, that was already 5 minutes. Take your moment, and whenever you are feel ready, just come back into our beautiful, warm space, to our beautiful community, created by the beautiful PerCilla and friends.
And Simon. This was so amazing, and I feel like this wasn't enough time. Like, I feel like this summit should just go on and never stop. I wish we could just, well, actually, we don't have to be on a podcast to have this experience every day. Yes. It just, because of the pandemic, it just feels really good for me to do this with you guys. It feels good to do this with other people, every single day that I've been with Simon, and we've been meditating together, and we've been laughing together, and we've been doing it with other people. And it's just been the most beautiful thing ever. And so I'm so grateful to you, Johann. I'm so grateful to you, Kenya, and I'm super grateful to Simon as well. For this experience. It's so amazing. How do you guys feel?
Grateful. I mean, same. I'm just want to reflect it back. I mean, somehow my sense is this is really your inspiration, and you're behind this, and just your love and care for the people that you do this, how much you give yourself. I heard you in your little ads there, you always say, we always take care of other people, but we don't care about ourselves. But it's inseparable, because it's natural, the grateful heart wants to give. So I can feel your gratitude, your great genuine gratitude, and that's really and that's it's so beneficial. It's such a good thing. So thank you.
Thank you. How are you feeling, Kenya? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. We didn't hear you. Okay. What were you saying?
Yes, I feel exceptional. One, that meditation was really peaceful. So I'm very grateful for this moment. And I'm very grateful to be a part of the Mindful Vote. Even in preparation for it, just going over the information was helping me to, sort of remember to take a deep breath. And I was excited about the opportunity to share and talk to people about how to navigate in a more peaceful way. And to Johann's point, understanding that we just have so much more control than we give ourselves credit for. So I think this was an amazing idea and concept. And it turned out to be really great. And I think people will appreciate it for a long time to come.
Yes. And I see Epiphany Place said, thank you for the invitation. Very valuable discussion. Renee said, thank you, Mr. Diermann.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you.
And Allison said, I appreciated that meditation so much. Your presence is really calming and peaceful. We wish you could meditate. We wish we could meditate with you all the time.
Yes.
My sentiments too. And then Renee said, it feels real good, and I have to figure out this tingling feeling I get on the top of my skin while I'm meditating. Well, I do want to speak to that, Renee, being certified in energy medicine. Our energy, our body is made up of nothing but matter, as you all know. And that energy is just resonating. It's telling you, this is what I need to clear me out. And you're feeling that physically. That's what's happening right now. So, as you do it more, you'll start to feel more tingling places in different parts of your body, and just welcome it and let it be. Yeah, welcome it and let it be. How are you feeling, Simon?
Well, I'm feeling incredibly grateful also. Yeah. First of all, so much, Kenya. It was wonderful. Everything that you shared, so helpful and clarifying, and just to really see what the reality is that we're dealing with. That's so important.
Very relevant. Very relevant.
Yeah, and thank you, Johann. There's a quality to your voice.
Yes.
That's just it's those 25 years in meditation just steeped you in presence that's really
Well, I was gonna say that everyone needs to make sure that you reach out to MrJohannDiermann.com. Or do you have any social media tags, Mr. Johann?
I'm not so savvy.
Savvy.
Mr. Simon Timm has to maybe help me with that. So
yes, because Simon is a beast too.
He is a beast. He is a beast.
He is a beast.
He's a beloved beast.
Yes, he is. But you guys, please reach out to Mr. JohannDiermann.com if you are looking for a meditation teacher, if you are looking for a life coach, if you are looking for just a peace of mind.
Yeah.
Reach out to my brother, and he will give you what it is that you need, I'm sure. And if not, I'm sure he will guide you in the right direction.
At your service.
Yes. So I just want to say this is sort of bittersweet, but I'm so grateful for this space and for the mindful vote. And this could not have happened. And I really mean this. This could not have happened without all of our speakers, but it couldn't have happened without all of the community who chimed in. And I just want to show you how much needed this was. We had over 500 people that were interested in this event.
Wow.
We had so many people that registered for the event, and we on Facebook as well as on Eventbrite.
Nice.
And so it was just so wonderful to see that others are wanting the peace, others are wanting the calm. And so we are giving out, I'm calling it the Mindful Vote swag gift. And Simon offered a free sample of his book. So you guys need to head over to his website, selfsalutation.com, so you can download your free swag gift.
Awesome.
Free swag gift, which is a free sample of his book, so you can get a peek inside.
Woo-hoo.
Yes. And then after you get the peek inside, get back to your community and buy the book.
Absolutely.
No, actually, what I promised was that if you download the free sample, when the actual book is ready, I will send you the actual a digital version of the full book. So.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
Do you see this? This is what I'm saying.
That's beautiful.
This is so beautiful right here. So you guys, listen. I told you we're gonna get something. You got more than something. This is really awesome, and I'm grateful to you, Simon, and I'm grateful to all of you guys. And if you get a chance, also please pick up I Am Healing: The 7 Secrets to Wellness and Self-Care. It can be picked up in Barnes and Nobles. It can be picked up in Walmart, Target, Amazon. And actually, you can also get a sample of my book on Amazon. If you go to Amazon, you may see 2 versions. You don't want to get the rough draft. I didn't put that out. But just look it up. And if you see if you look it up and you see the ebook, All you have to do is just open it up and look for the actual other version, which is the physical copy, and the book will be there. But definitely check it out.
Well, I want to say, just on behalf of everyone, PerCilla, thank you so much for being an amazing, amazing host throughout this all, and doing so much of the heavy lifting here. And but especially just for the incredible energy that you bring, that you brought to this, and that you bring to everything that you do. It's just so much sunlight. It's so much joy just working with you. And it's just been a pleasure and an honor, and I'm just incredibly grateful to you for.
Allison said, "I love the book."
A little biased opinion.
Number one fan.
That's the number one fan. Yay! Go get it. She says it. Go get it. Selfsalutation.com. Go get it.
I think maybe Allison meant your book.
Oh, what? The I Am Healing? She could be. She could be. Well, look, if she meant my
I Am
book, go.
Healing. Amazing book.
It is a phenomenal book.
There we go.
Thank you. I'm really grateful. Thank you. Well, we're going to close out with, of course, paying the bills as we always do. But I'm encouraging everyone to take all of the information, the community out there, take all of the information that you have seen today, that you've seen in these past 3 days. You can go to the website if you missed day 1, if you missed day 2. You really missed some stuff. But if you missed day 1, or if you missed day 2, or you missed day 3, you can go to thatzenlife.org/broadcast. Thatzenlife.org/broadcast. And you will instantly be able to see all 3 days of this broadcast. Renee Whitaker says, "I love you guys." We love you back. We love you back. And I will see you guys next Wednesday on my Wind Down Wellness Wednesday for That's in Life. Be well, rock on, and most importantly, fill the negative spaces in your life with positively every single thing that you need. See you guys later. Okay, bye-bye.
Love.
That Zen Life is whole health, wellness, and healing.
That Zen life is definitely recovery.
That Zen Life es comunidad.
That Zen life is self-care.
I needed to change my life. I didn't want to live in fear anymore. I didn't want to worry anymore. I didn't want to live in panic or anxiety anymore. I wanted to make sure that I got back to who I really was, which was I'm happy, I'm joyful, I'm peaceful, I'm loving, I'm sassy, and I'm fun. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. I don't care who you are, what you're going through. When you are going through something and you're in the trenches of it, you feel like nobody else is going through what you're going through. And I promise you that is not true.
It's a beautiful cover. I Am Healing, 7 Secrets to Wellness and Self-Care. We need that. We need that.